Oh, there we go. Check, check, check. Oops. Actually, I'll be right back. Kettle's open. Yeah, close it down. That was a close one. Good morning, everyone. Hope everyone's having a good day. Let's go straight to the charts. We are on a Friday of a CPI week. So we have PPI today coming along. PPI at 8:30 a.m. on a FOMC statement month. So basically we have PPI and CPI this week, unemployment claims the next couple of weeks, and then we've got FOMC on the last day on January. So very interesting, the fact that it is going to be on the last day of January that we see the FOMC statements. Let's take a look at the charts and get going here. Okay, so first thing I want to start off with is the weekly. We can see where did the weekly expand to. We took out that rejection block up here. We expanded to about 50% of this daily imbalance. And when we get down to the 4-hour chart, we'll also see that we expanded down to the 4-hour chart there. I'm going to eat some breakfast here. Give me some grace here. Steve A, good morning, good morning. Just fried up some eggs. Got to get some protein in the morning. Make sure you're eating breakfast as well. So, on the weekly, we took out this premium array and are currently trading down from there. You can also see on the 5-minute chart how we've basically been consolidating all of Asia. Asia's low and Asia's high got taken out by London. And we just took out London sell side liquidity. So we're keeping an eye on this to see if we get a consolidation shift within this consolidation range. And we want to see if we're going to be targeting these relative equal highs. If we don't target those pre-market, we might target this high, we might target this high, but you can kind of see how there's a lot of on the way up to this. We have a lot of resistance. We have this potential high for people to take profit, this potential high, take profit, this potential high, coupled with, look on the 15-minute, bearish order blocks, right? Bearish order block, traded down. Bearish order block, traded to that, another bearish order block, and we traded down to take out liquidity here. On the upside, so this whole order block here, we traded up, took out buy side liquidity of Asia, had one failure swing, and then we headed back down. So this is the dealing range that we're looking into right this moment. We've now breached outside of this dealing range, and now we're down to this dealing range now. So that's our external range liquidity of today. If we take a look over at yesterday's real-time hour chart, we see that price opened up, took out the rest of the earlier liquidity void, and at CPI. Well, actually at AM, 9:30 AM movement. And then we traded down the rest of the day, and then we V-shaped recovered. So what does that mean? Hey, Allison. Yeah, good trading day for everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Hope everyone's having a good time today. Hope you have a great Friday and are trading safe today, but able to get bagged today. Cool. So, let's see. Steve A. Dollar has clean lows at 102.63. Let's take a look at that in a moment here. But for the moment, let me adjust my real-time hour chart. I want to make sure that I have my value on the close there. And I want to make sure that I move this so that it's not it's not taking over anything that I see here. Okay, great. So typically when London range takes out Asia range, it's not very high probability, very difficult to see what happens here. So right now we see that we've taken out London's liquidity here, right? So I'm going to assume that what we see here on this run, we don't see higher highs, we don't see buy side being taken, we only see predominantly sell side continue to be taken. So until this gets proven wrong, whether it be at London's low, whether it be at some other important low further, because remember, we're actually dealing in this whole range here as well. And what we seek to understand is going to be clearer on the higher time frame, right? So the question is, does this week, so when we traded up into that daily imbalance here, you can see that up here, right? You can see this premium SIBI low, premium SIBI high here, and that consequent encroachment there. Let me get rid of some of these other lipsticks so that we can see a little bit clearer here. So we already talked about that market structure. We don't need to belabor that point. Let's get rid of that. Previous day's high, that's fine. We can keep that there as a potential reference point. We can keep that. We'll keep that on the hourly hourly chart though. Let me make sure I can see it on the hourly chart though. Okay, it's somewhere around here. I will update this a little bit later, but we want to stay on the daily chart for now. Okay, so on the daily, we have new week opening gap, expansion, 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 expansion. So the question is our profile for the week, Thursday high of week and Friday retracement? That's what we're trying to figure out right today, right? So something to keep in mind. Hey, Lil B. Something to keep in mind is that either our profile could be that Thursday made the high of the week, or we would consider us taking out the short-term high here. Now, one thing, let me pull this up as well. So I need to get rid of, I had an old window there I didn't need. So let's take a look at dollar as well. So Steve A saying clean lows at 102.163. So on the daily, actually on the weekly first, we are still of the impression that we rejected from this bearish order block in hopes that we will eventually take out sell side liquidity and this sell side liquidity as well. On the daily, we reached up close to that volume imbalance and we sold off. Today, we're reaching up a little bit as well. And we have this short-term low to consider on the daily. And call that a purple line. Actually, we'll call that sell side liquidity here. 1 day short-term low. And that is at 101.908. So dollar still is in this consolidation range here. So there's when dollar's consolidating, it becomes very difficult for us to determine exactly where price is going. But one thing that I like to look for is, hey, are we making intermediate term, like lower intermediate term highs or lower short term highs, basically? So you see how this is a low, high, low, or lower high, higher high, lower high, lower high, higher high, lower high, lower high, higher high, lower high, lower high, higher high, lower high here. And this is on like a higher time frame as well. So you have a couple of intermediate term, and this is a potential intermediate term high as well. You have these up here. So this itself is a intermediate term high as well, because there's a short-term high to its left, and there's a short-term high to its right. Probably would have to be this one here. So we're seeing we're seeing short-term and intermediate term highs continue lower, and they're not getting taken. But we're seeing sell side liquidity continue to be taken on the dollar. So I think that we will continue reaching lower on the dollar. But that being said, yeah, I actually, you know what? I still think we're gonna head lower on the dollar. At least this would lead me into the week of, I would say, the end of January. Yeah, the end of January, I would like to see dollar achieve either this target or that target here. And then once we achieve those targets in the first week of February or last week of January, I would like to see us start to see a shift in dollar to head higher. Let me take a look at the hourly on the dollar too. Actually 4-hour chart again. Yeah, consolidation, nothing special there. Dollar consolidation, nothing special there. As we continue higher on the hourly, we could achieve this sell side imbalance here. And as you can see on NASDAQ in the background, let me make this like half size. So you can kind of see how dollar, as it continues rising, indices continue to fall, right? So, and that's across almost every one of our indices here. Even E-mini, right? You can see how E-mini is dropping. So E-mini, we've got London's low here, which we haven't taken out yet, by the way. So that's something to consider, right? This low of 4801. I think there's 4 points down that will probably end up taking that out. It's as a Six Sister concept if we can get up there. Let's see if this is correct here. Oh, 4801.25. Whoops. And let's make that sell side liquidity as well. And let's mark that out for a little bit more time. Might as well mark that out to 5 o'clock p.m. And let's also mark London's high. Session high, basically. We know that on E-mini, let me make this chart a little bit larger. So we know on E-mini, we had Asia's range get taken out by London, just like we did up on NASDAQ, what you see in the background here. And let me make this a little bit less wide. Okay, so you've got your NASDAQ in the background. You've got dollar index. You see it reaching up. We see NASDAQ has breached London's low. E-mini should follow if we are bearish on the day. E-mini should follow by taking out London's low. R, is it can be Friday end of week pump after the news? Maybe, but we need to take a look at the weekly structure, right? So where is price likely to go? This week it's dollars ending with on a basically what candlestick pattern looks like a doji as of this very moment. We'll see what PPI does, but I think one thing to consider is you can see that E-mini hasn't breached London's low, but NASDAQ has. And I think Dow has also breached London's low. So one thing you'll want to watch out for to see is if does E-mini follow suit and break London's low as well. So on the weekly, there's nothing really much on the dollar. You can tell it's raising. It's aiming for 102.482. It seems. We'll see if it reaches there, but again, every single time it's traded within this range here. So consolidation on the dollar. So I wouldn't expect. I would expect dollar to head higher for the short term. Maybe head into this bearish order block and then see and look for evidence of reversal here. As you can see, E-mini heading down to 4801.25, and we like seeing this displacement on NASDAQ to potentially head lower. What kind of targets could we have on NASDAQ? Let's take a look. So previous day's low. I'm actually gonna get rid of this now. Oh, well, I mean, it's a busy high. I would like to see if this weekly busy high holds. This is a weekly busy high plus 1 week bearish breaker. If it achieves this, that's something that I could see. If we see further continued movement lower, we can see I guess it's not a weekly breaker, it's a daily breaker, my bad. Daily bearish breaker potential. So I will kind of keep this over here so we know what that is and that we can see that on our hourly chart. So this thing here. So that will be potentially important. Again, on the weekly, we haven't shown evidence of erasing this short-term low. This would be the previous short-term low. So if this week closes, I find this to be quite interesting, because if this week closes above this low of 378.75, we'll have created a short-term low that is higher than this short-term low, and that will prime us for the next couple weeks to see if we see displacement below this short-term low. I think that's what I would be looking for a market structure shift on higher time frame. Let me duplicate this tab and let's move this to a 1 month chart. And let me rename this one. This can be our monthly chart. So we've got our monthly chart where we traded down to this intermediate term high and are trading up from there right now for the month of January. So January generally is a bearish month. So far, we're technically still a down close candle. But we have resting liquidity above here and above here and above here, right? So I would look for potentially this rejection block on monthly 17,284.75 as a potential high point to take out the candle body there. But I don't think we're gonna get I mean, it is election year, so things could change, but I don't think we're gonna get something as I mean, maybe there's a blow off top. I would like to see a blow off top, but in the January, as we get towards the end of January, I'm more inclined to look for shorts. Steve A 16,847 is 2.5 standard deviation, close to the consequent encroachment of the daily wick. So yeah, so there's a pretty big daily wick down here. So consequent encroachment of this daily wick is a key level. We'll see if we trade below that today. That's roughly, roughly around here. So I'd like to mark this value. Let me make sure I have it correctly though. So what is this low? Is 16,753, 17,056. This low was 16,753. And this open was 16,955.50. Great. So this midpoint of this wick is 16,854.25 on my charts, obviously. So let's make that into a daily chart. Dashed line, so we know that's a potential daily midpoint, and we are trading well down below there. So sell side continues to be taken there. I think that, yes, we can certainly aim for that consequent encroachment as a next value. There happens to be a buy side imbalance here, which we are trading down to right this very moment on the hourly chart. So if we go here, we're trading down into this hourly buy side imbalance here. And I did not trade yet, no. But you can see how E-mini is also following suit right this moment. So sell side continues to take out sell side, and we will likely see E-mini reach for those relative equal lows today on it on the 4-hour chart. There's a pool of liquidity below there, so I'm looking south. Generally looking south. Make sure I have my correct items here. Okay, so we're gonna start to take a look now that we've seen displacement below a key low there. We want to see if we get a retrace to continue lower. If we close below this consequent encroachment here, there's a high likelihood we will aim for this area down here, 16,770. Price is in a 4-hour order block. So I'm assuming you mean bearish order block there. Nice market maker sell model. Yeah. We'll see if we continue down this path here, or if we maintain within. Let's see. Take a look at a fib from. Let's take this high to this low. That was an optimal trade entry. Back to the downside here. We are looking at, where is my chart? Okay, cool. So looking to see if we get a retrace to about 16,683, 16,687. As we formulate a plan for what could happen next. So 652, we have dropped quite a bit on E-mini. We get to see that we've dropped as well. We took out London's sell side liquidity and remained, buy side liquidity remains for now. Okay. Creeping upwards. All right. Note where we traded to there. Hourly bullish order block combined with a buy side imbalance here. Am I bullish? Hard to tell this morning. But so far today has taken us lower into a hourly bullish order block. Now, what do we see on the 4-hour chart? We also see us continuing to move higher on the 4-hour chart. We see this previous bullish order block that we just traded down into, and we see that we did not trade down into that consequent encroachment just yet. Currently, we are retracing up further, higher into this area. So we see a high, low, higher, high, displacement lower. So I'd like to see what happens when we trade back up to 16,915, if at all possible. In the meantime, I need to get my work set up. Well, I am actually not gonna be, again, like, you know, I work during the daytime, so I'll be trading or reading price action prior to 9 o'clock in the morning, and then 9 o'clock I have to leave to go do the majority of my meetings. So I'll be around the computer, but I won't be live, you know, taking trades like I can in the 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. time frame. I'm still looking for a trade here, if there is one. So I'll be around until about 9 o'clock today. And then I will go off screen, but I'll still be around the computer. All right, so far we've continued to reach up into bearish order block on the lower time frames. Need to see what it does here. So it continues. Bullish order blocks are respected on that initial rise up. 1, 2, 3. And then I want to see how it reacts at this fair value gap low as well. So this little tiny line here. I'm gonna blow up the 1 minute chart a bit so you can see a little closer what's going on. So I'm looking to see now, do we trade up into this fair value gap and begin to continue lower, or does our higher time frame bullish order block kind of take into account? I don't consider this the big CPI wick. I don't consider that in my candlestick bodies. I see candlestick bodies telling the story that we're heading higher, and that will continue to be my bias for the day until proven otherwise with a large shift in structure. I was obviously very, very incorrect with my targets for yesterday, but that doesn't mean that overall my targets still remain higher. I need to see really, really big evidence that we're truly going to be shifting lower before I really make that decision to shift my bias from bullish overall higher time frame bullish to overall higher time frame bearish. It's coming soon though. I'm gonna likely shift that in well, at least shift it away from being bullish come end of January. I'm gonna notice this. I'm gonna look to see if we see mostly consolidation, or if we start to see a bearish run in January. So, oh, by the way, I am eating some yogurt here with blueberries and raspberries. So make sure you're eating some breakfast, staying well fed. Okay. So now, need to see what happens around this bullish order block on 1 minute. Or sorry, bearish order block on the 1 minute. Jay Whitway says coffee. I actually don't drink coffee. At my first job, I drank 8 cups a day, and that kind of ruined coffee for me, unfortunately. Get my other stuff plugged in real quick. Plug in. All right. There we go. Okay. Okay, so let's see what dollar's doing. So dollar reached that hourly sell side imbalance if you're looking at DXY. Over here. This reached this sell side imbalance here and this bearish order block up here. So we need to see if it continues to support heading lower from there, or if we continue higher from there. So, okay, so we wicked above. We just wicked above this bearish order block here. So I don't think this is going to be respected here, but let's see. I would need to look for some displacement here, as that was potentially institutional order flow entry to the downside. It barely wicked above. It barely wicked above that point here, right? Very subtly. Should get that perfectly there. So I'm looking to see if there's evidence of us displacing lower, or if we have the room to head back upwards because we traded down into a let me go back to the hourly chart and the 4-hour chart, because we traded down into this bullish order block. I would like to see today, I would like to see London's relative equal highs run out. So you can kind of see how, if I blow this up a little bit, you can kind of see how there's these relative equal highs up here. I would like to see us trade above those if at all possible. I guess I can update my, wherever my hourly stuff is. So, what are these London highs? 16977.75. That's one draw on liquidity I'm looking at today. I am cognizant that we didn't trade to the dollar's consequent encroachment here. I am very cognizant of that. So I'm keeping that in the back of my mind, that we did not trade to the consequent encroachment of that. Just keeping that in the back of my mind, but keeping the back of my mind as well that we're overall in an up close week so far. 4-hour chart, we're seeing the buy side PD arrays that lead us upwards. We're seeing those respected for the time being. Again, I don't consider CPI wick as part of price action here. It is, but it isn't as well. Shockster. So we have a comment from Shockster here. Hey Johnny, how come you might shift your bias end of January? IPTA range? Yes, exactly, Shockster. So there's somebody that is at least aware of what we're looking at on the daily range. So let me see if I have that there. So on at the end of January, that is where I'm looking for evidence of a quarterly shift. That doesn't have to be a shift from bullish to bearish, but it could just be a shift from, I don't know, bullish to consolidation, something like that. So that is exactly what I'm looking for, Shockster. Good job. I can tell you're an ICT trader as well. Can anyone here recommend a regulator broker that can be used without TradingView, MT4, and of course not a prop firm? That I cannot recommend. I don't know, unfortunately. Okay, so now we're seeing consolidation around this area. I like that. I'm looking at some of the lower time frames to see if we are seeing evidence of displacement lower here. And I think we are. What is this? 43. Okay. So I think we're seeing a little bit of movement down lower. I don't know if it's gonna last, but I'm just gonna keep aware of that lower time frame shift lower. There's no high probability trades where we're at right now. I want to be very clear about that. Look at where we're at right now. Look at where we're in the middle of so many ranges here. So from a daily perspective, we are in the middle or close to the consequent incursion of this wick. We have been trading up into potentially a reversal here. A premium PD array. We traded into a daily premium PD array. We traded into a 4-hour premium PD array. But we, barring CPI's movement, candles have not headed lower yet. Candles have not displaced short-term lows yet. On the hourly chart, we can see we're within a range where the case could be made for us to take this sell buy side being taken out here, and for us to trade lower with that displacement lower. So we could see potentially a hourly market structure shift like that, and well, during CPI at least, but it's hard to tell right now. We could make the case for us to see that we've had, on the grander scheme of things, higher lows, higher highs, higher lows, higher highs, higher lows, and then now we've seen a lower high on the hourly chart. Same on the, you know, the bodies of these are still in an area where the case could be made to move upwards. The bodies in this space could be also made to go lower. So since I can't tell what's happening, I'm being very, very nimble with how I trade. I have my bias to the upside that I am pretty looking forward to seeing if it holds. But again, like, if we break at this London high, so we have London low, we had a high, low, higher high there, but what did that also create? We have relative equal highs up here too now. And it just so happens to be that 16,893 is a previous 2 days ago's high. So we have this relative equal high here that potentially we could aim for. We have a break below a pool of liquidity and displacement below on a short-term time frame that could take us lower as well, down into discount PD arrays. So I can make a case for both sides. So my rules, if I don't see something on the lower time frames really supporting it, then I'm not going to take a trade. Even if I do take a trade, it's going to be to the nearest liquidity that I can see. So Shockster, or ABS Phoenix, Sean, Quill, Liso, Amp may have it. Shockster, thanks for the answer. Yes, trading ICT, still learning every. Yeah, absolutely, Shockster, and I applaud that because I'm learning every day as well, and it's fun. It's definitely a fun time. Okay, ETM, how much are you trading? I risk around 1% at a time, maybe 2% or 3% when it's a really, really high probability trade and I see it moving very easily, very quickly. Right now, I will not be taking any like large risk on any of these trades here, right? I need to see what happens first at this junction, at previous London's low. I want to see if it reacts there, if it reacts lower here. Let me get rid of this here. Actually, what I can do is I can duplicate this so that we have this on our charts for this low here. Sell side liquidity has been resting beneath there now. We see consolidation around this area here. If we are bullish, we want to be buying before this midnight opening price. I really do feel that this relative equal high is a little too clean. Because if I roll this out over to the left, you can kind of see how this London high happens to also be roughly where these highs back here from yesterday's afternoon session reside. So I am of the impression, and I'm looking for reasons to go higher. Time of day at 7:12, so there's no reason for price to be moving right now. As we have 8:30 a.m. news court PPI. Cam J, on average, how often do you take a trade per week? If the setups are there on, like, for instance, I've traded Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday each week, or this week. Monday, I would say the larger trades, the higher risk that I took was on Tuesday and Wednesday, just because the setups were there and the draws on liquidity were very easy to see. So I ended up taking that into account there. But it just depends, Cam J. It depends on a few things. It depends on how I'm how good I'm concentrating that week, how much stuff I have for work as well. That oftentimes is a factor that can be very distracting for a trader. So it really just depends. Many times it really does depend. But I have noticed that trades that we take on Friday generally are not high probability, and I typically get squeaked out. Let's see. Could be a Judas right now from Lil B. It could be, but yeah, again, like, it's so tough to tell because it's right in the middle of this dealing range. This price action is in the premium side of this dealing range. This whole price action is in the premium side of this dealing range. And yet, on the higher time frames, we have liquidity resting immediately above us as well. Like, it's so close. If this was a market maker buy model, this original consolidation should be taken out and wiped clean, right? So case could be made, I mean, that we're in a medium intermediate term premium here, whereas I mean, higher time frames tell me it's still got some room to go for the time being. So, Noel, hello, hello. Sean Quilicio, Johnny, how long have you been trading now? I'm guessing more than 2 years. Not quite, not quite. A little over, let's see, I started studying ICT, and I think I put it here as well. So I started learning in October of 2022 is when I first got exposed to Inner Circle Trader, and I didn't really comprehend. It took me about a year to really start to put things together on a very preliminary basis, and and um, still learning every day, but I think it takes about a solid year of studying heavily and trading heavily, and demo trading at that to really grasp these concepts. I wish I would have traded demo earlier. I think that would have been a safer way to learn. Um, but yeah, I mean, everyone learns at a different pace. If you get to spend a lot of time in the charts, you can invest a lot of time to back test. You don't have a 9 to 5. You don't have a family. You don't have to like deal with or like cannot handle familial matters. Then I think you've got the time and possibility to be able to weather the storm and study, get past that initial draw, you know, get that past that initial point where you need to really hunker down and back test and prove to yourself on the charts that these concepts work, right? So you can kind of see prices just consolidating around this area. No evidence of which direction it wants to go yet. Just kind of just meandering around there. I do like the fact that I do note the fact that we traded up into the consequent encroachment of this 4 hour. There's a 4 hour SIBI right here. Can't see it very well, but it's right up here in this area, and we traded down to it. But have we created a trade below a short-term low? No, we've not. And I'm gonna see if PPI is taking us there or not. If PPI takes us below this segment here on the 4 hour, then I'm going to be looking for this liquidity, this liquidity, this liquidity, discount PD arrays on the 4 hour chart specifically, right? So it has to get down below this segment down here. This is what 16801.25 roughly. Well, let me get the exact number there. 16801.75. So that is the level that I want to see price head down to if we're going to head further down. And so far, E-mini traded back to London's low. E-mini is also on the way down as well. We just traded below a previous short-term low. And now I think we're going to head lower. But let's see. E-mini also rejected off of London's low. So you can kind of see on E-mini, how we rejected off of London's low there. Let's see what it looks like on the lower time frame. Yep. So we see displacement here. Well, not like, you know, major displacement, but some displacement at least on the 1 minute time frame. We took out we'll see if this holds here basically is what we're eyeballing. We're seeing if that holds. So we're seeing if this movement downwards will hold or not, because look at that price. It's creeped all the way back up already, right? All right, so it does seem to be holding here for the time being. E-mini has also traded back up to that London low. And let me get this other side started up for my work. $7:30, good times. Okay, so Troj, hey Johnny, you hang out with Michael a couple of days ago. He said in his community tab, is there a recording of that? Yes, there is. If you go to my channel, I think I wrote, if you go to the lives, that would have been what, Monday? Yeah, Monday ICT joined. If you click on that one, I put in the description roughly at 47:55 is when ICT arrives. Let me skip this ad. It's around 47:55. You can see the live chat replay too, as Michael ends up coming in today, and comes into the chat. So you can check that out later, but that's how you would look for it. All right, so NASDAQ just rejected off of the London low there. We'll see if E-mini does something similar there. It's pretty much closed right above and right around its London low for the time being. And Yanevo, let's see, SR9Q, there are two versions of them in futures trading. E-mini or micro, just in case viewers new to futures may be confused as you're referring to them as E-minis. Yeah, you call it NASDAQ E-mini, or call it NASDAQ or ES, or micro NASDAQ or micro ES. It's all the same price action. Johnny, that's really impressive. I'm 3 years in. Sean Quilicio, I'm not been working while studying, and you seem a little bit more developed in reading price than bro. Yeah, I'm always learning still. I mean, it's not easy, but it's doable. So just takes time, you know, like anything, it just takes some time. Okay, so E-mini, or sorry, ES is trading above that's London low. NASDAQ rejected off of its London low. So that's interesting. Let me see if there's anything. I got something in my eye. Dollar itself has traded further higher up into its sell side imbalance that it's in. However, dollar has been in a consolidation mode, taking out liquidity to liquidity typically. So if anything, we'll have to see if dollar respects this PD array or if it continues higher to take out relative equal highs around 102.676. Good chance we will get consolidation leading up to 8:30 a.m. from this point in time, as we pretty much have been in consolidation anyways, though. So from a power of three perspective, let me see who was saying this could be a Judas swing. I'm trying to remember. I think Lil B mentioned that this could be a Judas swing. I like that concept. I mean, I do think that that is very much so something that could happen. We see accumulation. So there's two things that this could be here. This could be accumulation, manipulation to the upside, and then movement lower to head lower after PPI. Or it could be accumulation, manipulation below to head higher. The case could be made for both right now. We are in a premium area. It has traded down in this dealing range from yesterday. It has traded below equilibrium and traded back upwards. But in the grand scheme of things, the higher time frames and mid time frames, we treat this as the major. I guess we can treat this as the major dealing range for the time being. Oops. So from this high to this low, we have come down to the 50% mark. So from a higher time frame perspective, I would like to treat this as a potential to head higher, as E-mini itself is also trading higher currently. But Nasdaq's having a tougher time getting above its London low. So if we see large displacement here, that would key me off that we would probably going to be heading for this sell side liquidity if we see big displacement here. I don't know if we will, but I mean, maybe. All right, so we're looking at Asia's range as well. Right now, we came back and moved above our London low, and we've got movements higher there. Let's see if we hold at that mark. Or if we take that and reject. So E-mini, again, E-mini is probably, if you look at, ES on the daily, remember, we marked out that it hasn't taken its high yet, but NASDAQ has, right? So this would be a consideration for us to continue higher if we get the Six Sister concept where we've taken out this high over on NASDAQ and on the Dow. I don't have the Dow up here, but let me see if Dow did that as well. Let's see, how much data do I have on this? The Dow has already taken out that same high of March 2022. NASDAQ's taken that out, but E-mini has not. So from a Six Sister concept, I think E-mini is going to head higher. If E-mini heads higher, there's a chance that it's going to drag everything else higher, right? Let's see. Same play as CPI yesterday. Oh, so you think it's consolidating on the buy side, or you think it's because CPI yesterday traded up first and then down. Today it looks like it's so far traded down, taking out sell stops first, and just now we're starting to see some on the 1 minute. We're starting to see short-term highs being broken here. So I guess let's see if we trade up into Asia's range. Or if we reject from here too. Keep a close eye on E-mini. So E-mini has now displaced above a short-term high there. Let's see if I can. Is that displacement? Does that count? We did move above there, so let me see what. Sorry, I'm missing some of these chats. Oh, sorry, I need to touch point with the wife. Streaming now. Have a. Let me know when you get there. Gotta check in with the wife a little bit and see. She's on a business trip right now. So So Shockster, what was really essential for me in ICT Concepts was one trading setup for life video. Before this, I struggled to understand draw on liquidity, rewatching that every month. Yeah, a lot of people have said that that video was incredible for them. One of the most impactful ones, actually. So I think that's fantastic that you found value in that. I might even go watch that video myself as well. Let me see what's going on here now. E-mini is retracing a tiny bit. NASDAQ continues to respect that there. It is coming off of that Asia range, though. It is selling off from that Asia range a little bit. So keep that in mind if anybody is in a position or not. That that Asia range could be a area where on the 60-minute, you can see how we have this up close candle right at the Asia range there too. So this could be respecting that right there, and it could potentially take us lower. Just need to see though, because E-mini is actually still holding above its London low currently. Let me see something here. So we'll wait for PPI to come out at this point. There's no real major trades to be taken right where it's at. I anticipate it will tip its hand to us if PPI is going to take us lower. Generally, it will first trade up and find liquidity. So maybe it'll trade up and take out London high there. Maybe it'll treat this as a Judas swing lower first, and then it'll just scream higher. I need to see what PPI does first in order to make a decision there. If it heads lower first, I anticipate it takes this out, takes this area of liquidity out as well. One consideration is if it goes so low to take this range out completely, we'll have had basically we'll have had on the 4-hour chart. That is a consideration and a potential. That Thursday was our high of day, right? So there is a consideration that we could head lower, and if we do head lower, obviously like below this level here, and then below the short-term low there, below these levels, if we really displace below those levels, then I'll be looking for retracements higher, OTEs to go short. If we don't get that low, if we just come down, take out this sell side, maybe take out maybe if we take out like this sell side here, that PPI, and then bounce up completely, then I will probably end up taking a long to aim for this short-term high, and then that short-term high, of course, and the rest of that daily SIBI. Jay Whitway, as far as buy side taken at news, then into discount. Okay, so you're thinking that we take out buy side resting liquidity pool, and then we head lower to take out outstanding liquidity. Now, one thing that I am considering is that wick at CPI That's a lot of buying. I mean, yes, it's a lot of selling too because of a hot CPI print, but it's just as much buying here as well. So I do think that if we do head lower, I will definitely be taking longs into the daily range. Um, maybe until midday if we don't hit like liquidity pools on the buy side. I still am biased long for the time being. Shockster, do we trade exclusively NASDAQ? For now, I do. I have grown to really enjoy NASDAQ's runs, and I have a good time trading them. So I enjoy trading it, but many people find NASDAQ moves way too quickly. So it can be definitely a little bit cumbersome to trade, for sure. So here we've reached Asia's low, right? Where if we open up right where we are today at 9:30 a.m., then we'll have had a gap lower. It does seem to me that that movement lower was to shake out some early longs there, but we'll see. We didn't quite trade down to the daily consequent encroachment, which is this dotted line here. We didn't quite trade down to that. But we have traded back up to London's low. Now, ES is also trading at London's low, but it's not doing anything there. So again, because the case could be made that we go either direction. Let me show you what ES looks like right now. So this is what ES looks like right now on the 15-minute chart. So we're right in the middle of this range. So we need price to tell us, okay, well, price, are you willing to go take this out and maybe take this out too during PPI? And then just barely give us like a little institutional, like, this can be considered relative equal lows, right? Right here. So I would also watch, oops, I just took that out. I don't know where I took that from. But I would also watch this area here as well. Those are relative equal lows. I don't know what oh, it's probably this one, probably this low that we want to watch. If we head below this low, there's a good chance we'll head towards these lows here, right? So I want to have those marked out on ES to consider them. But on our 4-hour chart, and let me get rid of this here. On our 4-hour chart for ES, we've traded, let me see if I can better illustrate this. So we're in this dealing range right here. We're consolidation, and we've not made a higher high here. We've made a lower low, but we're trending back to the upside for the time being. So very mixed signals on all of our indices. We are going to tread carefully here until it tells us, hey, I want to take buy stops and then displace lower and continue lower, or I want to take out sell side resting liquidity pool below here and then head higher. There are 2 buy side imbalances on the 4-hour chart for E-mini that we could potentially trade down to. Dollar is continuing to creep upwards. Now, what's interesting is that dollar's creeping upwards on the 1-hour chart, but so are indices. They're basically remaining in consolidation here. So they're not trading lower is kind of key, right? Oh, I need to plug in my phone. This here. Okay. Hey, good morning, Market Maker. I am Market Maker XM. Hey, Anatoly. Good to see you again. Sorry, I missed that in the chat. There's a lot here. Shakeout trailing stops from yesterday's long. Could be. Since we didn't make a we didn't take out these highs, but Steve A, something I am also considering is on E-mini. We have resting liquidity, basically engineered relative equal highs up here, right? So let me see if I can draw this out. Kind of like that. It's easier to see on the daily chart. So kind of like that. Yes, price did wick above there, but like if you take the rejection block there, like that level of price, I think is reasonable to create relative equal highs. Now, if I'm going to do it, I would put the relative equal highs here and see if price can take that out, right? So far, we have this short-term high up here, and we are trading within this range. We saw displacement lower, but not by much on a daily chart, right? It traded lower, it wicked lower, but now has given up that entire range for the most part. So I still think that my thesis is that we still have a high to go here. In the event that we don't get there, what does price look like here, right? So in the event that we don't get there, well, currently these charts look pretty similar. Lower high, higher high, lower high. If today's chart does not trade higher, right? That would be really interesting to me, because I would then expect maybe we start to see a turn down, and I would like to see huge displacement. The problem is, okay, so remember I mentioned that this month is a really interesting month, because if we go to Forex Factory, we have this week, you can see we've got PPI. Next week, we've got unemployment claims on Thursday. The following week, we have unemployment claims on a Wednesday or on a Thursday as well. But the key kicker here is on January 31st, Wednesday. This FOMC statement is going to tell us if there will be further hikes, we will drop. If there are murmurings of rate cuts, then that's going to be an interesting thing at the end of January, because then that's when we start to get potentially continuation on our daily and higher time frame charts, right? So if Monday comes around and if Monday comes around, or sorry, not Monday, FOMC statement comes around and they say, hey, yeah, we're thinking about cutting rates in the near future. Price is going to price that in, and we're going to likely head towards that blow off top that will get people in saying, oh, stock market's fine, everything's fine, I'm going to pile in now. That's where I'll be selling a large portion of my equities and getting ready for the next downturn. It might not be a huge downturn, but I will be selling some of my stocks if we reach all-time highs and break above there. I'll sell a portion of it, right? And then wait for the next correction. Just so that in case there's like a massive bull run in the election year, that I still have a decent chunk of stock too. So let me get E-mini out of the way, or ES out of the way. Okay, so let me see. How did you get this far, Troj? Have you gone through every video from ICT every day to take notes of everything? In short, can you tell me something about your learning curve? Yeah, so October 2022 is when I first started. I got started on the 2022 model. I went through that really quickly, but I took a massive amount of notes and I paused a lot. You know, I have a huge journal of just 2022 content and theory. I've poured through that. I refer back to that very frequently. And then I've gone through 2016, 2017 mentorship concepts, OTE pattern recognition, market maker model, market maker Forex series. That is a phenomenal series, by the way. The market maker Forex series, phenomenal series. Same with the 2016 content. I really like the 2016 content. It's tough, but definitely worthwhile. So I've gone through all of those and the 2023 model as well. The 2023 model is going to take some time and it's going to take a lot of studying. So I'm not concerned with the 2023 model stuff as much. I do incorporate some tools from 2023 model into my charting and my trading game. And then obviously I'm keeping abreast. I think I've gone through and studied the first couple price action models. I need to get some time to study the price action model 3 and 4 still. I haven't looked at those, but that is on my list next to study and backtest as well. So yeah, that's taken, you know, about a year. Let's see, October, November, December, January. So a year and like 4 months. I'm still studying theory today. So it takes time. I'm not, by no means am I perfect. I don't claim to be the best trader in the world, but as evidence from my live streams, I'm getting better. I'm getting much, much better at reading price when it is, and reading quarterly shifts as well, and paying attention to what's going on. So yeah, I'm gonna continue to stream thoughts, and I'll use these. I use this. I started YouTube with an idea that I need to record price action so I can watch how price action plays out during the day. Using TradingView, I mean, using TradingView is okay. You can use like market replay, but you don't get the tick by tick movement. You don't see the fact that this candle here used to be a big green candle and sold off from there from dollar. You know, you don't get that really minute detail. So I wanted to create this channel to record NASDAQ because it was my favorite one. And I wanted to use it as a jumping off point so that I can go back on the weekends. I can play that off and study it, right? So I want to make sure that I'm able to go back and study price action when it is available and I can see tick by tick price. So that's why that's what started this, all from like a need, right? It's all started from a need. Okay, so currently prices has come up again. E-mini has bounced off of its London low temporarily. And we're about 36 minutes away from PPI. So it does kind of look like, who said it kind of looks like yesterday's CPI play? I'm trying to go back up in the chat to find that comment. Who said that? Oh no, I can't find it anymore. But yeah, let's see. So Troj, hopefully that helps you with a little bit of the story. I am, at least right now, I do have a few performance accounts that I am trading and that I'm keeping and slowly seeing green, which is good. So I'll continue to trade those little by little, you know, micro by micro, and we'll look to see if we can get a payout, you know, maybe February timeframe. Probably not January. I can't trade a lot. I only get to trade in the mornings, and obviously, as you can tell, 6 to 8 in the morning, not exactly like the best time to catch a big move, but it's enough time to catch enough of a move, I guess. People will trade the 9:30, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock massive runs, and that's fine. I just can't trade them because of my job, right? Like I have to work. I have to do my full-time job. That's just the gist of it. If I don't, you need to make sure you survive until you can be a full-time trader, right? So, um, so yeah. And during the December timeframe, though, I'll typically take PTO off during the holidays, and I'll make sure I take Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday off, and be able to trade all those days live. I did that, and you saw me. You had some good days and had some bad days, right? So I'm not like 100% consistent by any means. There are days that I have losses, and that's just part of trading, right? You just have to mitigate risk a little bit, right? Shockster for stocks about 10 years, ICT 5 years, started with prop firms 3 months ago. I'm from Germany. Futures are not a big thing here because of taxes as a private person. I see. Well, actually, Shockster, they just banned, I think FTMO just banned United States users. We can't trade, not that I traded Forex, but I was hoping to use FTMO to trade Forex, and now they kind of shit the bed on that. So no more Forex for United States people, at least not through FTMO. Because they did CFDs as well, and I don't think that's regulated, so they wanted to put the ban hammer on that. Nice, you see, cool. Troj, nice to see you, a disciplined man. Thank you. I try to be. Yeah, I have some days, though. Everyone has their days, right? Monday, free day, no trading. Yep. Shockster, trading development and the price are the same, delivered by time. Yes, exactly. That's what we're watching and waiting for. We're waiting for that. The only news today, I believe, is that PPI print. Yep, that's it. And then Friday will do its thing. Let's see, Sean, trading for 3 years. Stocks, did you swing trading or short term? What trading approach you're utilizing? Troj, yeah, it does. Inspiring. Currently learning mentorship 2022. Okay, good. Yes, absolutely. Troj, 2022. The 2016 model is great. It is long. It is tough. But the first few months, at the very least, arm yourself with at least like the first 6 to 8 months. I think those are probably the absolute most important. And then study the following months, obviously, as well. But the first 6 to 8 months, I think when you get to month 5 or 6 is when you get to if the data ranges. That is probably the single most important thing to study and really internalize. But it is also one of the hardest things. It's taken me, I don't know how many hours I've spent replaying, pausing, trying to backtest as well. Replay. Because some of those videos are hours, 2 hours long. And if you stop and replay them and take notes, it's like 4 hours go by and you're like, shit, what happened? So those are some of the most important ones. And let me key you in on a little secret. So people ask me why I'm anticipating a quarterly shift, right? So every 3 months, like generally you see, a downtrend 1 month. Here's August, September, October, right? And then we see October, November, December, January. So I'm expecting at the end of January, that's why I am thinking at the end of January we might see something. It doesn't have to be a shift to bearish. It could just be consolidation as well. But that's kind of like what I'm looking for. E-mini is back at London's low right now, by the way. All right, so we're seeing some movement lower for the time being. Just a little bit, nothing to be really scared of right now. But again, we're 30 minutes away from news, so I would be careful trading it right this moment. We are seeing price slowly creep up. So we're trading back down into that buy side imbalance there. What is this price? 16,900 is the big figure here. And we traded just barely down into that. And look at, we had the institutional order flow entry drill there. It barely came down into that. One tick, right? One tick into that. So I'm wondering if it's just engineering, kind of like people going long, and then it's just going to drop out. Let's see. Sorry, I'm missing some of these. I am market maker model. What is your model, Johnny? So my model that I look for is based on power of 3, and I look for accumulation. So I look for, obviously, you know, typical top-down analysis first to see where price could be going, and then I take the accumulation over, if Asia accumulates, and I look to see if London accumulates. If both of those accumulate, then I look for obvious liquidity pools that could be taken. If it's a single high, I will look for that to be taken. Single low, I'll look for that to be taken first, and I'll look to see if there's any evidence of reversal here. So like, so I think with this kind of price action, my bias on the higher time frames is bullish. So any trade below midnight open, I still feel that that's a pretty good buy if you can find something in discount in this range, or at least below equilibrium, close to that. So if my bias is bullish, I look for power of 3, Judas swings, run on liquidity, so liquidity runs, and I take the I look for liquidity runs to happen first, and I typically look for rejection blocks and evidence on the lower time frames that we are going to react. So yeah, I think that is roughly my model there. We do see quite a bit of movement right now, and kind of like how I mentioned earlier, this could just be a run on buy side liquidity, by the way. It doesn't have to be, you know, it doesn't have to be something that continues at all. I did take that long here, though, right off of that institutional order flow entry drill, and I'm taking the majority of my positions off here, by the way. I have one runner that I have set for like some stupidly high value, and if it hits, great. No big deal there. Let me see the chat, though. I'm running behind here. See, nothing fancy, buy and hold trading was that thing. In Germany, as a private person, if you make 100K and lose 100K, you still have to pay taxes for the 80K because you can only subtract 20K for your taxable income. That is brutal. Shockster, my goodness. Props are taxed differently because of the virtual trading, and your trading losses are no longer an issue. That's awesome, man. Heard that with FTMO. Is it just whole US or some states? So it's all of US, basically. Yeah, FTMO banned it for all of the United States there. Anatoly, from September 17th to mid-December, I lost about 70 evaluation accounts, then made 4. Now stuck slowly lost Man, Anatoly. So, Anatoly, I think what you have to do, you have to focus on the theory first. Focus on demo trading first. Trade, and you need to focus on the theory and study and backtest the theory first to make sure you really, really understand what it is and you can clearly write out what is your plan. My recommendation, especially now that you've and Anatoly, what's your trading background? Like, what do you use to trade? Do you use inner circle trader concepts? Do you use candlestick pattern analysis? Do you use Ichimoku clouds, Heikin-Ashi candles? Do you use the strat? What do you use to trade? What's your background? What's your training? Because you need to go back and really understand what your model is and what you're looking for, and you need to back test for months and years on end so you can understand, hey, this is what I'm looking for. When this happens, if this happens, then something. If that happens, then I enter. If this happens, then I stop. I move my stop up, right? You need a really, really good sense for that, right? And if you can't define your theory, then you don't have a plan, right? Okay, Anatoly. Okay. So listen to me really carefully, because this is going to be the most important thing that you hear as you move forward. So I'm going to give you a guide. It's going to take some time. I would recommend that you do not trade any of those performance accounts if you can help it until you learn your plan. Okay, so I'm going to go to Inner Circle Trader. This is what I use. This is what my mentor put me on, and this is all I use to trade. I don't use any retail theory whatsoever. So what you want to do is go to playlists here. You want to start studying market maker. Actually, yeah, start studying. Write these down, or at least come back to this time of day, 8 o'clock on our stream. So what I want you to study very slowly, very, very slowly, is 2022 ICT mentorship. You're going to need to forget everything that you learned, okay, about retail trading. You're going to need to just forget all that and start with a fresh, open mind. And the only way you're going to trust these concepts is if you back test them, meaning you go back each day. What was the weekly bias? What was the daily bias? What happened during the day? Does this model, could I see price action happen, right? So if you write this down, 2022 mentorship, study that. It's long. As an intro to markets, I would highly recommend you study Market Maker Primer. You could do this before 2022 model as well, but do Market Maker Primer, 2022 model, and then start after you finish these two. I think that you could either incorporate. You should listen to what if I could go back and tell myself what I know now. You can listen to that in your free time, and these are all ancillary, like N series. If I could go back and tell myself time series, these are all series that you want to listen to, maybe like just as you're driving around. Like you don't have to, you just have to listen to them. You don't have to study them, but you do need to study 2022 mentorship. You do need to study Market Maker Primer, Market Maker Forex series, and then the 2016 model. That's enough. That's more than enough. 2022 model alone is enough, but it can be confusing though. So take it slow, take a lot of notes. I would recommend you go slowly, pause, take notes when ICT tells you to, and don't trade your performance accounts anymore. Do not trade them. Just let them sit there and trade demo. You can trade demo, right? You can trade simulation only, and that's going to help you eliminate the fear of losing money. It's going to help you maintain your equity curve. There's a really good lesson there too that you need to study. I can't remember which month it is, but I think there's risk management in here somewhere as well. Those lessons are absolutely crucial. You need to study the risk management videos and start to calculate what it is you're allowed to risk. How much, meaning percentage wise, how much of your account you're allowed to risk per trade, right? Let's see, I missed some stuff here. Let me scroll back up. So Anatoly, reach out to me, either in YouTube or just like Twitter or whatever, Instagram, whatever works, and happy to help guide you in that sense. Just because I know you've been here a while, so I want to make sure I give you as much help as I can based on what I can do, right? But inner circle trader concepts, if you spend the next 3-6 months heavily studying, meaning I don't mean like watch one episode and be done with it. I mean, watch the episode, pause, take notes, finish the episode, go back to your charts, look for evidence of it, come back to the episode, watch the key parts again to see what you missed, and then move to the next. Like, it's a lot of work. I can't stress how much studying, the time you put into studying and not trading live accounts, I cannot stress how important that is. So you never want to blow another account if you can help it. It's going to happen naturally, but you never want to blow one, or you want to lower the risk of you blowing one, right? So typically when you're blowing accounts, you're over leveraging, you're not managing your risk properly, and you need to really be careful with that. So hopefully it helps. Let's see. Good morning, Sudarshan. Market maker, mark current dealing range on the 15-minute here. So we're rejecting off of the London lows again. ES is also trading, had a 3 drives pattern. It's trading lower. We're getting too close to the PPI open, so I mean, no more scalps for me right now. Let's see, market maker model, that's the trade. Why I asked your model is finally get into scalps. Yeah, that was a wonderful little scalp there. Got out, and notice how, like, before economic events, there are minor microstructures like these 3 highs, relative equal highs. That's way too smooth. There's even a high back here, so there was liquidity resting above here to be taken, and I'm noticing that every time liquidity gets taken on the buy side, we head lower. So I'm gonna watch that downside closely today. I am aware that we can and potentially could trade lower. I am keeping my eyes on London's relative equal highs, though. Those seem very, very suspect to me. But we do have 15-minute buy-side imbalance down here at the previous new week opening gap. Okay, so this area here, let me get rid of this fib. It's kind of blocking. Let me get rid of some of yesterday's annotations as well. We've already gone through those, so we don't need those anymore. Okay. We can now shift this over here. You can note the hourly buy-side imbalance that we're in. Asia's range, previous Asian ranges as well. So we can kind of see where price is moving each day. And for the week as well, you can see Asian range here, Asian range, Asian range. I just keep those there for reference because I can kind of book my power of 3 concept easier that way. For the week, this weekly candle has traded up to a very nice mark, and we've traded already. I think we've had the TGIF model, but let's see. Yeah, we've traded below the 20% mark here. So that's something I'm looking out for. It's already traded there, so there's no point in needing to trade lower, in my opinion. So I'm gonna watch for price to take out this low here, and I will actually keep this London relative equal high and bring it out over time. Same with this low here. And the previous day, that previous day high up there, I'll keep. Let me make sure I have the other buy side marked out as well. So this is the other daily high up at 17,056, right? 17,056. Let's make sure we have the previous day's high marked here. Oops. $17,056 previous day high. We'll say this is not the previous day's high, but this was what, January 10th high? Let's see. Daily breaker. Short-term low. We can get rid of this as well. You can kind of see how the previous day's low, how we traded within that previous day's open and close range within the daily. So I'm not going to mark those anymore, but I am going to mark this previous day's low down here at 16,753. So now we have previous day's low at 16,753. And what was this consequent encroachment? 16,854. Let's mark that as well. Or let's label that. Sorry, label that. It's already marked, but I want to make sure I label that. Previous day's down wick consequent encroachment could be a potential target. And we can kind of see how on the 4-hour chart, there's just a big giant wick here, 4-hour bullish order block there that we bounced from. Not guaranteed that we'll continue bouncing, but based on this price action, we're seeing that E-mini is also hovering around its. So E-mini is hovering around its gosh, London low. Sorry, I lost for words there for a second. Let me see the chat. Shockster person in the U.S. is way near the markets as in Germany. I think that's a good thing. In the U.S., there's a 60-40 rule. If you make income from futures, only 40% are taxed. Yep, correct. You're right with LLC, also not an issue, but futures not a big thing because of that. LLC is cost and effort. You'd only do it if you're into it. Yep, absolutely. Russian. I need to take a look at this comment and see if YouTube can translate this. Let me see. Hello, Anatoly. ICT is a very exact science to speak. The study will take from a year, on average 1.5 to 2 years. You'll have a very good understanding of the market moving forward. Cool. Thank you. Hello, hello. Good to see you. We are trading lower. 10 minutes till PPI, by the way. And it's interesting that we're trading lower ahead of PPI. Johnny, hello. See a breaker 15 minute on 500. Also, still looking for TGIF today. TGIF, I think, already occurred. It's well under 20% of the weekly high. Sean, it's been fun hanging. Signing off. Have not eaten. Also going to prep for war at 9:30 in New York. Okay, good luck, buddy. Peter Pan, I'm going from $10 to Millie. Love seeing the growth in others. Awesome. Keep it up, Peter Pan. You can do it. I believe. I need to check my work computer, though. Let me get this running real quick. Let's see. All right, so we're seeing some slight impulses to the downside. Why is this not showing up? This is a 1 minute BISI. It's not going to be of really much concern because I think we're going to trade lower than that, but let's see. Okay, so far in Asia, in London, we've traded up above Asia, we've traded below Asia, and have now rejected off of Asia. Similarly, if I take a look at E-mini and do the same thing, let me see if I can do that. I don't have Asia. What am I using for this? Fire brick 7%. Okay. Right, so E-mini S&P also traded above its previous buy side liquidity first and has now taken sell side. TGI have happen possible. I'm still bullish for the AM session. Depending on the news, I could switch in a few minutes. Yeah, so I'm looking at the news to see if we take out like for instance on ES. Let me see if I can go to 15 minutes fine. On ES, I see that we took, so over here we took out yesterday's swing high towards the afternoon there. We took out buy side liquidity and headed lower now. This still I treat as relative equal highs, but we've traded lower. We took out sell side liquidity as well. There is internal range liquidity to be taken, so I am looking for ES to head down to maybe this fair value gap down here. I like that one because it's coupled with a bullish order block. So on ES, that's what I'm kind of like keeping my eyes on right now. Let me see if this can go out to 5 o'clock p.m. on the 12th. Let me move this outline. Oh, geez. Outline. Something like that. Okay, so on ES, we can see that ES has also rejected off of Asia. So if we see that PPI in 5 minutes takes us below this mark, I will look for evidence around here on ES for us to take that higher. And I need to do one contract of that, right? Yeah. And then on Where is it? On NASDAQ. Okay, so NASDAQ has a really similar one. If I can point this out briefly. So there is, and let me make sure I'm on the right one here. So the hourly doesn't really show much there. I need to fix this up a little bit so that it's actually the low. Let me remove this real quick. Make sure I fix this box here. Okay, so we are in an hourly buy-side imbalance right here. However, there is also a 15-minute one further down here. Right there. So that's the one I'm really looking for if price heads lower. Or it could just keep heading lower and break this low, right? And it could break all of this and keep heading lower. That's a possibility by any means. Shockster trading ES, yesterday's PM session and low, London low are taken. They are, but they could still head lower. Remember, we're in the middle of that range. We've traded up all week. Thursday, we traded down, but we are still trading higher. Success for you. ES is a unicorn. I'm not convinced on the higher time frames yet, though. ES is in the middle of a trading range from what I can see. I think it's heading higher, but I want to see PPI head lower first. I want to see us either head to take out sell side liquidity first. If we take out buy side liquidity first, I will be confused and I will just wait for setup to be taken, for a liquidity pool up here to be taken, and see if that serves as a high, low, higher, high, or sorry, low, high, lower, low, and then displacement above and bounce off of that liquidity pool. That's what I would like to see here, is a low, high, lower, low, and then bounce. But that's my bias, right? You might be short, and that's okay. You can be both. You can be short, you can be long, and you can look for the right setups there. As long as your setup's there, you can trade it. So about a minute, 40 seconds until PPI comes out. Okay, so about a minute remaining, and then we'll have PPI. If it heads north first, I want to see it reach for this. If it heads south, maybe it takes out this liquidity and that liquidity first before it heads lower, but I want to see it head a little bit lower, right? In this dealing range, I want to see it head down into my optimal trade entry area. 30 seconds remaining. About 20 seconds remaining. Ten seconds. All right, so it took out buy side there. It's heading up even higher. Looking to see if we get a turn here. So we took out that area of liquidity now. Seeing if we end up heading any higher than this. So looks like it is aiming for, it took out a 5-minute liquidity pool there. Watch for a retrace first. So just took out a buy side liquidity beneath there. And it's slowing down a little bit right now. Could potentially head a little bit higher, but so London high is now what we're aiming for. Buy side liquidity pool, it should aim for that next. It can, it stops just short of that. So we can see a little retracement here. And we want to see it reach for that London high there. That liquidity pool is very, very interesting. So we should see big candles if we're going to take that London high out. If not, then we can potentially trade lower. But that liquidity is waiting to be taken on that upside there. So anyone who's short, thinking that was the top, is likely getting squeezed here. And we should see some big green candles to take out London high liquidity shortly. So this blue line here, that should get taken out very shortly here. Doesn't have to be, but certainly I'm expecting it to be. Maybe New York session takes it out too, because on the hourly chart, we've reached a rejection block there. So I'm watching, it's kind of consolidating right now. Somebody says the stream is delayed. Yes, YouTube does delay the stream. Okay. So you can see price is really itching to take that high out there, right? Once it takes that high out, it's likely going to end up taking that other high out as well. So you should see some big green candles soon if it's going to take that out. Okay. So now you have that buy side taken. Okay. Good. That was a nice little scalp there. It does not have to take out previous day's high, but it has taken out London's high right there. And that was the pool of liquidity we were waiting for all morning, right? I was hoping that it would go lower than this buy side imbalance, but unfortunately I missed that entry there. I was expecting it to go much lower before it would head down there, but yeah, now I think it's gonna be in retracement mode for a little bit. What do we have for the day? Let's see. Let's see low. Let's see high, low. Let's see, where's the swing here? Low, high, lower, low, and then we broke above here. So let me take. This is my swing here. Okay, so if we head higher, the obvious marks for profit is 17. So my draw on liquidities now are 17,010, big figure, and 17,041.50 as swing projections. Okay. So we hit the 16,977, right? That was my first draw. I had that target there since the morning, right? London relative equal high. I did not look for targets below us. I only looked for that one. So now we've hit it already. We need to see how price reacts here, right? How does price treat that London high? Do we trade above it and respect that as a bearish or as a bullish order block there? Do we respect that there? We can kind of see this consolidation here in the morning. You can kind of see how we close the day at this value. We're now above it. And I think that we still have some upside there, but I want to see, I would prefer to see a little bit of a retracement first because that was a nice chunky move upwards. Oh, by the way. One thing I want to note. Watch ES, right? Watch ES today. That's going to be, so NASDAQ took out London's highs. Question now is, will ES take out London's highs as well, right? So you're going to want to watch that closely. Oh, where is my chart here? Dow. So if you look now, Dow, so NASDAQ's the only one that has gotten close to, it's breached London's high, obviously. But what it hasn't done, if you look at Dow and you look at ES, you can kind of see an SMT divergence there, because this has not made a higher high. This for sure has not made a higher high, but NASDAQ is almost equal highs here, right? So if this starts to fail, then we could head lower for a retracement. What could be that retracement? Well, I would take a look at this buy side imbalance here, right? On the 1 minute chart. So this buy side imbalance, I would really pay close attention to. Let me see if I can better draw this on my other chart I have on a different screen. Oops. Gosh, I keep needing to sign into my computer. I'm gonna have to head off soon, but I think what you can now take a look at is, let me draw this out over time as well. Let's move this all the way to noon. So you now have, oops, what the heck's going on here? So you now have this range here, and you want to keep an eye out for, and this is a little advanced technique here, right? So you're going to want to keep an eye on these 4 quadrants. Does price trade to the optimal trade entry and equilibrium point of this? That's what I would be looking for next before taking another long. It's taken out buy side liquidity here. If it is bullish, and we do see this low, high, lower, low here, higher, high. So we have a confluence now, right? Actually, let me look at a even lower chart from there. So I have a, let me make sure I'm reading that right here. So I have a bullish breaker. If I can get this to work here. So this here is a bullish breaker. So where does that put us, right? That puts us below the 50% mark for sure, but that would put us in a optimal trade entry of that particular swing. That was what I would look for next, within that 75% range area. This, if I can, let me make sure I get that right. It's a little bit. Okay, I'm reconnected. Can anybody hear me? Anyone able to hear me? My internet, Breezeline sucks. Breezeline sucks, by the way. Breezeline sucks. All right, I should be back online here. Okay, good, good, good. Okay, good. Thank you. Appreciate the sounds. I might disconnect here just because my internet provider. Never go with Breezeline internet service provider. They suck. They are not fun. The support's bad. The internet connectivity is really bad. Never go with Breezeline. Just trust me. So as you can see, we took out buy side liquidity right at that high there, and we are starting to retrace lower. So if I'm not online today, I want you to pay attention to how price trades at each one of these quadrants here until you get down into this bullish breaker, okay? So look for 9:30 a.m. open. Look to see if we trade down to this 75 or, you know, to this bullish breaker here. And then this is where I would target longs, roughly around this area. And then put your stop below either the low of this fair value gap candle or the low of this short-term low of 16,895. So yeah, around 16,895. You can put your stop below here. If you go long somewhere around here, that's where I would put my stop. Let's see. I missed some chats earlier. Sorry. Void, I think I missed your chat earlier. Sorry about that. What's your method for trailing profit? So 50% comes off at if there's, like let's take this run here, right? We knew that London had relative equal highs, so and we knew that there's little chance or a very good chance that it was going to reverse here because of the nature of this particular liquidity pool, because of the nature of this downswing that we're in a premium. So in this type of trade, a majority of my position would be off here, and I would leave 1 or 2 contracts for the higher time frame objectives. Now, in this case, I would have been stopped out because I would have trailed up aggressively and looked for the next entry, right? So watch how price reacts here at these key levels, okay? Let me make sure I have these right here. This low is 16952.25, so I want to make sure these are all accurate so you can see exact science go on now. And then this high is 16,910 exactly. Okay, so now we've got an exact level fib. Let me make sure I have this 16. Here we go. That's what I need. 16,910 952.25. Okay, great. All right, so notice how we are trading at that. Let me zoom in a little bit further so you can see. So you'll want to notice as we trade through this morning, what happens, what do we go down to at 9:30 in the morning today, okay? So we've taken buy-side liquidity, right? If we're going to head lower, we are going to bust through this area of liquidity and head lower to take out sell stops. But that being said, notice how in this entire swing range, where did we trade down to? What does that Fibonacci say, right? From this high to this swing low. 50% mark is 16,868.50-ish, right? Or 75. We traded down to 16,866.25, and we jumped up from that equilibrium point. So institutional order flow entry occurred there. My thesis is that we are still going to head higher today. At the very least, I mean, maybe target safe targets like up here, maybe, you know. And maybe what I can do is, let me do one thing here. It's wrong way. Let's try maybe around here. 1910. Where did I do that projection from? Let me check one thing here. Low, high, lower, low. Should be able to project it from this swing as well. All right, so actually I need to update these a bit. 17008. Okay, that's fine. I just didn't do it as accurately as I should have. Let me fix this up a little bit. Okay, there's that high, that low. So yeah, those same values here. Might as well draw them out. Say buy side liquidity here, and close enough to those targets there. Okay, so these are some of my targets right here and right here. That lines up with 1710, 1741.5. So I'll probably end up targeting those if we can get some movement. So notice here, notice how we traded to that quarter part here, and we've traded up from there, right? Does that mean that we can't trade lower? No, obviously not, but just note how price books at these. If it's really bullish, it's never going to return back to this 25% mark, okay? Let's see, look back at some of the chats. Look like it's taking London high. Yes, sir. Lael, bearish again today. You're bearish again today. All right. That's okay. You can take that. There's trades to be taken to the downside. Shockster thinks there's upside too. I am market maker. Well done, Johnny. Thank you very much. Drino, hello, bro. Hello to you, bro. Yesterday you told that big displacement lower below Wednesday's 3 p.m. candle. Yesterday I was at work, so I unfortunately couldn't trade with you, but yeah, I had even, I had no idea it was going to head all the way down below this candle here. I mean, but once you see price book there, you can get a sense, okay, well, there's likely something to happen around this liquidity pool because it's gone down so much, right? If your bias is bullish. So yeah, that was yesterday. I mean, you could tell all my projections were up higher, right, for the week, and none of them hit yesterday. So that shows you how inaccurate CPI can be. I'm not accurate on CPI days. Good morning, Pinoy Trade Club. Good morning, Nur Sultan or Mushov. Are you living in New York City time zone? Yes, I'm in Eastern time zone. That is correct, yeah. Okay, so note this movement off of the top of that buy side imbalance there. I'm going to watch that. Let me take a look and see what is ES doing. ES traded down into its fair value gap and is on the way up. It hasn't traded to its high, its London high yet though. So ES has some room to go still. The Dow is still kind of in that weird down range from, it moved a lot. Wow, Dow moved a lot from 6 a.m. till 7 a.m. Downwards. Same with E-mini, S&P. Okay, so let's see what we got here. All right, so we are waiting for New York Open now. Dow has nice equal highs. Yes, Dow looks real nice up on London. If you're trading Dow, that's going to be very interesting if we can hit up there, right? Yeah, Dow's got a really nice smooth look to it. All the way to London London Open of yesterday as well. It has relative equal highs up there. You can see this on any SMT divergence type charts. You can see these got relative equal highs waiting up here. ES, maybe less much. They have relative equal highs, but in a shorter time frame. Relative equal highs on NASDAQ as well. They've got, obviously, we know that already has targeted. It did not get taken. But now we have a huge liquidity pool of buys, like sells that came down here. These got taken out, but now we've got these relative equal highs just waiting to get ripped through. So now watch for the 16,931 level next. Okay, so this is so if you take a fib and move it from swing low to swing high here, this will give you my optimal, or ICT's optimal trade entry. You can see that you've got optimal trade entry right around where that bullish breaker is. So be patient this morning. If you see price head down to, if you see price head down into that range, meaning, so let me move this over to the left side so you can actually see it here. So this is the swing range that we're in right now. We have displacement higher. So look for price to potentially head to that 50% mark. I would prefer seeing it give us another entry at the 50% mark here and into this bullish breaker. I would prefer seeing that versus us just ripping higher, but we've seen other things. You know, we've seen stranger things happen, right? Now, the key question that everyone's going to be thinking as well, could we have known that this drop down was going to take us higher? At the time, very, very hard to imagine. I mean, this is all the data that we had to work with, right? So it would have been very tough. We would have seen that it hit equilibrium and started to head upwards. I think maybe for future states, when I see a setup like this, where weekly we're bullish, it's a Friday, we still have we saw a big retracement yesterday, or sorry, a reversal, and we see us heading lower into the end of a bullish week. I think next time I'll make sure to have these Fibonacci sequences there so I can see where the midpoint is and see if we trade down there. That could give me a little bit better confidence that we'll trade higher. Steve A, great morning. Thanks, Johnny. Gonna go get ready for the cash open. Have a great weekend, everyone. Have a great weekend too, Steve. Hopefully you have a good end of the week. So we're at Asia's range high now. We traded all the way back to the highs that we traded to during Asia, during London. And we are now at a part where we need to watch and wait. We need to wait for New York Open. I actually will need to leave to get ready for my first meetings coming up. So I won't be with you here in the open. I'll be off screen, but I will physically be here today. So I'll be typing and watching chat. I'll be trying to point things out here that I see. Note that because we did take buy-side liquidity, there's a very good chance we could head all the way down here. But I do think that we head higher for the most part today. There is a chance that we head lower to take out sell-side liquidity here as we went pretty deep into this buy-side imbalance, but left a little bit of sell-side inefficiency down there. So that would mean that we would get all the way through this 1 minute buy-side imbalance there. And I don't know if we're going to get through that. So let me get rid of some of these. Oh, what just happened here? Oh, whoops, I just moved this. Ah, can't get it perfectly. There we go. So these I'm going to move out for the time being. You already know what's here. You know what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a retracement down below this equilibrium point into this bullish breaker. So that's a model that I will be waiting for. If I see it while I'm in a meeting, I'm going to take it. If I get stopped out lower, totally understandable, well within the realm of possibility here. If it stops here and continues higher, I'm going to look for whether or not it continues higher and continues to support bullish order blocks, basically. So you can kind of see how we traded down to that bullish order block and are now kind of just like dawdling a little bit. If we start to trade upwards, and particularly if we trade above this high here, I would look to see if we can head for those other targets that we haven't hit yet. So these swing projection targets here, that's what I would look for today from a targeting perspective. Nursultan or Mashov, have you found consistency? I would say I'm probably 60-70% in terms of win rate. So sometimes it goes down to like, 60%, but for the most part, I'm more green than I am red, and I'm able to mitigate risk appropriately now. So I don't have huge losses anymore. I just slowly build up my equity, and I've found success doing that. So yeah. In ICT's risk management video, though, you can kind of see how if you're taking the right type of trades, you can be profitable with 30% consistency, 30% win rate. Sorry. So go back and watch those lessons, though. I think that's maybe, gosh, that must be core content 2 or 3, maybe. Hamza, good to see you, man. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you. I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well, too. Okay. Okay. Let's see what we got here. All right. So unfortunately, we're getting to that time where I have my first meeting soon. It does not look like we are going to be given our entry. It looks like it's just going to run for the skies today. It's kind of sad, but it is what it is. Hey, yeah, appreciate the likes. If you feel like this has been valuable, priced action, like, talking through what I was thinking this morning, telling you that we were aiming for the London's highs based on our weekly bias. If you like the stream, give it a like button. I appreciate that. That helps the stream greatly. It helps me out. And eventually, hopefully YouTube can give me a little bit more. What I want to do is eventually I want to make I want to do some giveaways and be able to give away some accounts to people that are really showing consistency, that are really coming in day to day. And I would love to be able to get to that point. Let me get profitable as well and showcase that too, so that everybody can see that it's possible, right? On this account, definitely already profitable on the larger account, but I've chosen to trade smaller prop firm stakes to keep it real, keep it interesting, and to be disciplined, right? So we're approaching that London relative equal high. Time of day, 9:05, right? If you see price spike above that area, actually, I think I just moved something. What did I just move? All right, whatever. This is the new high that you're going to be looking for there. And it does seem to be reaching for that very quickly. So these are our next targets, this and this here. It doesn't have to go any higher than those, but that's what I would be targeting next. Noel, thank you. Oh, appreciate it. Yeah, appreciate you being on here, Noel. Hamza, happy to see you too, and great that you're here. Thanks for sharing your experience, No Sultan. No, I appreciate you being here. Let me get signed into my other work computer. I wish I could trade with you guys. I really do. Like, I love New York Open and 10 a.m. to 12 o'clock London close. That's one of my favorite times to trade. So look at that. What is this high here? 16,979.50. Trades to exactly 16,979. So again, relative equal highs here. Retail is gonna look at that and think, okay, that's resistance forming. That's a triple top. It's gonna definitely drop down. We are thinking power of three: accumulation, manipulation, distribution to the upside with maybe this target 1710, 1742. If I see displacement above this level and I see us hold above that level, we can treat this as another bullish breaker right here. On a 5-minute chart, of course. But we need to see displacement above that level, okay? So watch for that as well. Low, high, lower, low. We need to see displacement above this, return to here, and then you can take that longer to the 1740 level, which also happens to be a rejection block on the hourly. Can it go for all time or like weekly highs? Yeah. Is it likely to do so? I don't believe so. So now this is engineering people going short, thinking that this is resistance here. So when do you quit your job and trade 10 to 11 with us? I would love to do that. I'm going to build these accounts up. I have an idea of roughly what I need in order to sustain. You need to be able to sustain a lifestyle that you want, right? So it's going to take some time. I'm still going to do great work at my main work because I enjoy doing it. It's consulting work. It's really beneficial and powerful to be able to help clients out. But trading's a lot of fun too, you know? Like, I have so much fun trading with you guys. This is easily getting to trade with you all here is like easily my favorite part of the day. It's so much fun. And learning alongside with you, being able to talk through concepts, why I think price is going a certain direction, what do I see, what am I looking for, what is my bias, and helping people see that over time is my goal. That's what I would love to be able to do. Steve, it's nice to have company while trading. Yeah, trading can be a lonesome thing, but I think so. A lot of other streams are there to, maybe they're there to sell a course, maybe they're there to entertain. Like, Patrick Wieland, that's one that's very caustic. ICT himself loves to go in that stream. I think I saw Hydra. I think he has a course he sells, but he also commands. He's an excellent trader too. I've seen some of the way he trades. I've counter traded Hydra before too, and it's gone my direction. But more often than not, the dude's probably been trading for way longer than me, so probably super good. Tanja Trades is a really a YouTuber. I think it's Tanja Trades. I can't remember. There's a whole bunch of ICT YouTubers now, or anti-ICT YouTubers as well. Okay, so I gotta go. Oh, try having chicken pox and trade. Oh no. Feel better, Bentahar. Yeah, be careful. I am 4 minutes away from my meeting, so I do have to get going here. I will be online, so stay tuned. I will try to comment as we see things here, but you know what we're looking for. You know, if it shifts down to here, you know we're looking for this breaker. If it breaks above here, we know we're looking for this breaker. Are we looking for downside? No. If that happens, we don't take a trade, right? So, oh, I appreciate that, Void. Finding a genuine trader is like a breath of fresh air for the stream. Appreciate that. Okay, so watch those. Remember, if you don't have those half 25%, 75% levels on this fair value gap, I strongly encourage you to draw those lines out just so you see how price trades and books. But watch for the 9:30 a.m. to take out. So keep in mind, this was 8:30 a.m.'s price action, right? So highs obviously generated up here. If you see price take this out and displace lower, well, I don't know what to say. Maybe it's done trading higher and it's going to trade lower today. But if you see price come down here, that's what I would look for. Around this area, I would look for longs. If it breaks below that, stops you out around here. Remember, your stop's going to be right around here if you take a long around here. So if it stops you out, wait to see what happens at these lows. If you start to see a break, you can kind of treat this as a potential high, low, higher high, and then displacement lower. You need to see displacement though. Okay, I really have to go now. So I'll be back. Trade safe today. Have a happy Friday. I will be back when I can. All right, take care. I'll be in the chat as well. Thanks for watching as always, and be safe today. Stay hydrated, and we'll talk soon. All right, I'm about to take a lunch break for work, and let's take a look and see what happened. So, of course, you can kind of see on the 15-minute that we traded down into that earlier buy side, that breaker that I had low, high, lower, low, displacement higher. Remember, I had recommended that you pay attention to the swing grades between them, 25%, 50%, blows through 75% and hits the entire, basically almost the entire fair value gap there. Trades down into that breaker, and then we have on the 1 minute chart we have this short-term high here. Let me see if there's one further down. Not really one on the 1 minute. You would have had to go down into a lower time frame to see. But let's take a closer look at this area here. So you see a movement here. You do see a fair value gap, but that would have been a little riskier without seeing displacement. But now you see displacement higher. The only thing that you would have been able to do is come down here and enter on this bullish order block. Otherwise, you have this displacement above the short-term high, and then you have entry on this fair value gap, which would have been pretty nice. You could have entered in the midpoint there around 16,945, taken that up to 16,977, about 22 handles. 16,989, about, let's see, 45, that'd be a 40 to 4 handles. And then ultimately, you know, as you can see, if you held it any longer than that, you would have been smoked on this move down. So, as you can see, Fridays are for profit taking after all. So, there's a good chance that the upside is going to be muted for a little bit as people start to take profits. And yeah. Now, if you were someone looking bearish on the market, you would have also been able to capitalize on this. You could have seen on a 5-minute chart, we have price traded up to a key high, which was a previous daily SIBI low. You see the short-term low be violated with the fair value gap here. Price trades up to this, and you could take this down to this area here. So let's say you entered in the middle, 17,000. You could have taken that down to 16,940, which is the area of liquidity, relative equal lows that is resting there. And that would have been a really nice trade if you were short biased, right? Obviously, this returns up to here. Nothing really major here, but it is a Friday. People are going to be taking profit, and we're starting to see that right now as we see price head lower. Dollar. So dollar index. Obviously, this did not hit this sell side liquidity and is starting to head upwards and continue this consolidation there. That supports price moving lower in that short period of time. Let's take a look at what is E-mini S&P doing. So E-mini S&P, that is, what was that taken? So E-mini S&P, let's bring this over and take a look at this. Take that off. Let me take off chart trader. Oops, where's my? So here we see today we took out London's low here. We traded back above to take out the relative equal highs. So this was a beautiful example of the Six Sister concept here. So you noted on NASDAQ, how we pretty much took out London's highs at 8:30, somewhere around this. 9:25 a.m. And then we took that out roughly around 9:25 a.m. as well for E-mini as well. So buy side taken. As you can see, E-mini ripped very, very, very much so. And unfortunately, E-mini did not rip higher than this high. So when you start to look at these on a daily perspective, you're starting to see a higher high to a lower high on the E-mini S&P. Whereas over here on the daily charts of NASDAQ, you have, again, a higher high to a lower high as well. So far, so good, but we'll have to see what next week holds, right? We'll see if price ends up consolidating in this area or if it breaks down below. But if this ends like, anywhere above this day's low, we'll at least have a short-term low to look for evidence of displacement lower or to treat as a jumping off point for a higher low. So yeah, lots of interesting stuff happening. Let me move this back. Let me see what's going on in the comments here. See, captured that buy on the market structure shift, entered on the fair value gap. Nice job. First thing I thought, that 15-minute fair value gap didn't work out and treated it as an inversion fair value gap. Yeah. Whenever there's a 15-minute, like whenever there's a fair value gap to be taken, I think it was this one was earlier. There's another one down here, right? So whenever there's two fair value gaps, you need to leave enough room for the lower one to be taken. This was a lot more probable because it was combined with the bullish order block here. It was in a heavy discount, and it was a buy side imbalance in a discount. So happy to TP on time. Great job. Awesome work there. I unfortunately wasn't around for that. As you all saw earlier, my trading was done before the 9 o'clock, and I can't really do much about that. That's how it is. My trading's done before then. Let's see. Yeah, my trading was done right at New York Open. So I gotta use the restroom and then get some food. I'm gonna stay watching price, but I'm not gonna really trade at all the rest of the day. I don't foresee there being a huge move. Maybe there's a move down from a profit taking perspective, but yeah, I'm gonna watch price the rest of the day, but I'll be around. I'm gonna go get some food, get some lunch as well for you, and then we'll see you back probably like, let's see what happens around 1:30 p.m. That's what I'll be really looking out for. All right, so take care, go get some food. I'll see you soon. Check, check, mic check. All right. Seems like we are back. All right, everyone. So I am back. I don't know if anyone's actually still here, but you were fortunate to. I was fortunate to be able to take a couple of trades today. So, had one difficult trade in the morning where I got stopped out, but then I had a huge trade to make up for that and was able to come back about 1.5 to 1 R. And then there were a couple of other trades that couple of scalps that I took throughout the day, more than 10 points at a time, that were allowed me to really capture a little bit more throughout the day. I am grateful that I'm able to see these kinds of plays now, and you were able to see them too. You can go back. I think the last one I showed execution of on the way up here. And yeah, I had written out London close, relative equal highs here. That was a nice run for us, as well as being able to refer to this bullish breaker once here, twice again, and we did not refer back to it again. So Noel Coulandre, good night. Oh, I wanted to show you all something before you left. So there is something here that I noticed on TradingView I thought was kind of cool. So there's a setting if you use TradingView. So typically you see something like this, right? Your typical lower time frame charts. Let's say I'm looking on a 1 minute chart, for example, and let's say I reset the chart like that. So something that I found allows me to see the 1 hour for the past 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 candles, the 4 hour for the past 10 candles, and it allows me to get a sense of where the fair value gaps were in those ranges. So this tool I thought was kind of cool. I actually just recommended that to one of my friends that trades mobile. It's something called ICT, Higher Time Frame Candles by Fadi. So ICT HTF candles by Fadi I think is really cool. If you're really into intraday scalping, this can be quite helpful because you're looking at things within the medium time frames, as well as seeing the structure of what's happening throughout the day. Now, I do not use this. I do not recommend using this. I recommend you cycling through the actual time frames yourself and putting those on a chart. In my opinion, this is really, for lack of better words, I think this is for lazy people. But check that one out if you want to check it out. It's kind of easy. Pretty much you choose, what do you want to see? If you don't want to see the daily chart over here, you can remove that. You can tell it how many candles you want to use on those. You can show different time frames there, right? So there's a variety of different things you can show there. And you can show the fair value gaps, and you can show volume imbalances as well. So there's a lot of really great tools here. I like this a lot as a tool to study and be able to see multiple higher time frames on a lower time frame chart. Now, granted, look, you can kind of see when you reset the chart view, you can't see much here, right? It's hard to see all this stuff within the span of this. So take it as you may. That's just something cool that I came across that I think you might benefit from. So let's take a look back at the charts now today. So what happened today? We had 3 or 4 trades, all green for the day and for the week as well. So let's see. We outlined all of this before the 9:30 a.m. open, right? Every single piece here that traded for the rest of the day, this was outlined beforehand, before we even got to like 9:30 in the open, right? So we knew this is all stuff that we were looking for, remember? We had this 5-minute bullish breaker, low, high, lower, low, displacement higher, was expected, traded back down to it, bounced, traded lower to this lower bullish breaker on the 1-minute time frame. So you can kind of see that breaker here, right? So we pulled this breaker out as well after we saw displacement from 8:30 a.m. PPI. We have low, high, lower, low, into a fair value gap, into a bullish order block, into a bullish week. And I mentioned you want to keep an eye out for how price trades. It traded to the 25% mark here, and then it traded higher, right? So it broke above, hit that higher breaker, started to trade down once it hit the daily key level, traded back down, bounced a little bit, but then started to head lower into none other than the 1-minute bullish breaker that we had mentioned since 8 o'clock. Trades to that at 10:50, right during the 10:50 to 11:10 macro. So you have this 10:50 to 11:10 macro, which gives you a market structure shift here. You can enter here and takes this all the way back to this high. Now this creates relative equal highs for the afternoon, right? What typically happens in the afternoon? Well, you typically have a run on stops. So there's these stops here that it potentially could have run out. It didn't. So it started trading higher, right? And it kept on referring back to this bullish breaker here. So there's multiple entries to get in. Eventually, price ends up trading and creeping all the way back up to this short-term high, takes that out, trades lower, and trades kind of consolidates into the evening, into the rest of the day. So lots and lots and lots of setups today. If you were short, if you were long, there were plenty of setups all over today. There are setups everywhere. So end of the week, you can typically be looking for shorts and be a little safer. You know that there's going to be some profit taking. That's a consistency there. Lil B, I'm out as well. It's 11 p.m. over here. Have a nice weekend, and thank you for everything. Lil B, have a great weekend. I hope you get some good rest and enjoy the weekend. Rest up. Go study some if you want to. But yeah, great having you on the stream. And I hope we see you on Sunday and in the coming week as well. So yeah, so that's about it. I mean, our bias was still up to the upside. We weren't expecting this high to be taken. We were hopeful, but we weren't expecting that to be taken. Now, remember, 17,041, that was this high right here was 17,042.50, right? What were my projection targets? 17,041.50, 1710. Where are those, right? So there's 1710 around here. That was the first one. And then this was the second swing projection here. What is the high of the day, right? That 17,042.50 is high of the day. And we don't trade anywhere near that for the rest of the day. So you can argue. Most people here aren't actually going to be arguing because you have ICT concepts here, but for anyone that does want to argue, I mean, it is so difficult to argue with the concepts that Michael has codified and the accuracy of which they allow you to look for really specific targets for very, very good reasons, right? So with that being said, I think that I am going to close this week. I'll hope if I can continue to, get, today was about 80, 81 bucks on one account, 86 bucks on another account, 84 bucks on another account. Once your account is big enough to treat these as trading, one or two mini NASDAQ contracts, I mean, it's the same movement, right? So $81 in micro NASDAQ is $810, right? So you can kind of see how over time, as long as your account grows, you're going to be able to parlay up to higher contracts and higher value contracts. So, Noel, have a great week. Hope next week. Yeah, it's very precise. They're crazy spot on. Yeah. Yeah. So, how and where did I use that swing projection, right? What did I use in order to do that? So basically what I used for that one, let me go back. It's in the morning, right? So I think it was this leg, low, high, lower, low. Was it that leg? I'm trying to remember which one I used. Let me check. Should be the London low to high. So it should be the London low here. If I take a swing projection out from this low to this high, this is where you start to see the minus 50 and 100% levels here. And you see that 1710 was the first target. 1741.80 was the second target. Close enough, right? So, that's, I saw this low, high, lower low form, and I saw that this was trending higher here. Once this traded above this high, I knew I could treat this kind of as a bullish breaker swing projection. So that's what I used to identify these two levels. You'll learn about that in ICT charter content, and I think in the 2022 model, he touches upon swing projections as well. But well worth your time to learn that so you can have an idea of, hey, where price potentially could be going. That's how I knew what targets to look for, and that's what I wanted to engage with. So after that was done, I took a couple of small scalps. Sorry, I need to get back into this computer real quick. Took a couple of small scalps there, and then stopped for the rest of the day at $84 each. So again, like once you start, it's great being able to read price action. That comes first, and then money will come later as well. It isn't that difficult to build up over time. Let's assume that I only made $84 each day, right? And this is a lower value, right? So $84 times 5 days a week, $420. So what does that take to get? Let's say I trade that for a month. That's $16.80 a month. That's definitely achievable, right? God forbid you trade with minis and then you're making 16,000 a month. That's a different story, right? So looking forward to that day, but that day is not right now. Right now it's to read price well, get more accurate with projecting price, predicting price, looking at confluences, looking to see what's going to happen. And once that is consistent, then money will come immediately, quickly. So work on consistency. We're going to continue to work on consistency, and that is day in, day out, week, every day, every month. And with that, folks, I think that will be it for today. I'm going to go enjoy the weekend, and we will be back on Sunday at 9:00 p.m. Eastern, and we'll walk through the week. We'll see what happens with the weekly open, and we will talk through what we are anticipating for the middle part of January as we wait for FOMC minutes on the last Wednesday of this month. That particular FOMC, it will be one of the most important ones that we get yet. Kirk, I found a resource that references ICT concepts as defined by Michael in his own words. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff out there. There's a lot of stuff that people put out there. I think that as long as it helps you, then that's great. I like learning the concepts straight from the source because there is some wisdom in that as well. Noel, bye. Have a good weekend. Have a good one, Noel. Good to see you. Yeah, there's a few people that have pretty much taken the free lessons and attempted to make an attempt to explain them better. I think ICT is going to be coming out with his book anyways, after he gets the 1 million mark. So I'm going to be reading that and getting that and reading that as well. Let's see. A resource that references ICT concepts as defined by Michael in his own words, not by people, by Michael. Okay, that's interesting. That would, you should tweet me or DM me, let me know. I again, like, I'm looking forward to the book, and there's so much other material that I need to look at already on the YouTube that that's cool. That if he explains it, then that's phenomenal. I haven't heard of anything of the sorts. Oh, it's artificial intelligence. That's pretty funny. AI is not trustable. It will make up things, but hey, if it works, then it works, right? As long as it works for you, that's fine. I found that I need to write stuff down really. I can't like really learn just from listening. I kind of have to write stuff down, click, 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 you know, and check that out. But definitely shoot me, like tweet me or DM me that website. Obviously all my socials are on here. If you have any of these socials, feel free to DM me. I'll check it out later. Yeah, I don't really check most of these, to be honest. I check maybe Twitter on occasion, Instagram a little bit more now, slightly more, but in the Apex and the Falcon trading computers. So I don't really check them too much, but I'll look out for that. So, but nothing beats studying on your own. You need to internalize it yourself, and I think the AI tool could be really, really neat. Yeah, could be super cool. All right, so I think that is it though for me. Thank you so much for watching, and appreciate you having you here. I hope that this week's price action and price reading, even though I wasn't here on Tuesdays and Thursdays, I hope that the price action reading and projections have helped at all. If so, I appreciate the likes, and I appreciate the likes and subscribes. You're helping grow this channel so greatly, and I'm so blessed and grateful for you. So thank you so much again. So with everyone, be safe this weekend. Make sure you are taking some time for yourself. Rest up. Don't, spend a day and don't watch more than a couple hours of ICT if you can help it. And yeah, we'll catch up on Sunday at 9 p.m. I'll put a post on my community stuff. I'll put a post there as well to remind people, and then we'll prep for the week. So, all right, everybody. With that, I'm out. Take care, and have a great weekend.